Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's the name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain, not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain, not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw! Dr. Squibby?
Danger calls and evil schemes unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With sign and sand, his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, the nerdiest hero you'll ever see. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, the nerdiest hero you'll ever see. Dr. Squibby, Squibby, fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin.
What's up, guys? Today we've got a big agenda. We've got stuff going on today. And by stuff, I mean I'm going to be figuring out how to make an interactable object. And by interactable, I mean one that one object can interact with another object. And I'm going to be doing it not the normal way, not the way I have been doing stuff. I'm going to change it up. I'm going to see if I can make things stick a little bit more. So I'm going to figure it out as I go, right? So let's see. And let's get some music going while I'm at it. All right, let's go into Godot. I wanna see if I can, now that I had a full, solid, good night's sleep, if I can actually just figure it out really quick. And we'll fish just to confirm that's working. Looks like it is. Blue discus. Okay. Okay, so we have the workstation. Workstation, I want to make sure it is... let's see. Region. There's a region. If true, texture is cut from a larger atlas texture. Let's see region. Using a custom shader in Sprite 2D, UV shader built-in wall will refer to entire texture space. Use the region. Okay. Okay, cool. And then here. Here we go. So workstation is an area 2D node. So let's figure out types of nodes here that I want to use. Let's pull up the doc. Area 2D. All right. Region of 2D space that detects other collision object 2Ds entering or exiting it. Area 2D. Okay, so area 2D will detect another collision object 2D. Let's see, collision object 2D. So I think I need to make my studio item be a collision object 2D. So let's delete all of that. Other node, collision. Object. Wait, collision object 2D isn't a node? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Inherits node 2D. So I just need to make a node 2D. Let's look through all this. All classes are in the engine. All classes in the engine inherit from object. To delete an object instance, call free. Okay, so those are objects. Now, okay, I think I need to see pick a node. Let's see how to pick a node in Godot. I guess I should be more specific. How to decide which node to use in Godot. So what did I make my employee as? Collision shape, animated sprite. If you need to create objects with collisions in the world, there's static body. If you need it to move by physics interactions, there's a node for that rigid body. Okay, I don't want it to move by physics interactions. If you need it to move in whatever direction you want and stop moving when it hits something, there's character body. So I think static body. All right, let's give it a shot. Well, not like that. Let's give it a shot. Now, other node. Static body 2D. And this has no shape, so it can't collide or interact with other objects. Consider adding a collision shape 2D or collision polygon 2D as a child to define its shape. So collision shape 2D. Create. And I think with these laptops, I want to make the collision body kind of like this here. Or maybe I can parent a second collision shape in front of it. So static body collision shape 2D. And this static body wait a minute. For the employee, I kind of already made everything that I needed. Except, okay, let's check the employee here. The employee's employee, but it's actually character body 2D. It's character body 2D, it's collision object 2D. It's node 2D, which is the basic. It's canvas item, node, okay. These are the properties that it inherits. So character body 2D could work. Let's try just node 2D here. And call this laptop. Or wait, this is where we define the types of nodes. So I've got studio item, and studio items will live on top of desks, right? And then for this script, I need to pull in all of these values into it. So if I go to studio item script and then I drag studio item.gd into it, now it has all those values that I can modify. So we have brand, generic item. Okay. And then with variables, I can say, I can create a list, and each one of the items that are made in this list have their own properties that will change what these values are. So like employee, studio item, and I can call this studio. Studio space. Studio space. There we go. That'd be good. I need... Okay, cost is already there. What else did I need? So I have cost, I have Wait, am I building scene templates? Is that what I'm doing here? So like for employee, I can make just a bunch of these and change all these properties for him? In theory, right? So this is definitely a way that I could make the game. It'd take a while, but I could do it. Okay, so for the studio item, we have the employee, we have the studio item, we have workstation, we have studio one, we have main, right? Let's see. This is actually not a great setup I have for my camera here. There we go. Try that. See if that works. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And then I want to add a child node that is rigid body 2D. Maybe physics body 2D. Let's see. Static body 2D. Static body 2B can't be moved by external forces or contacts, but can be moved manually by other means such as code. Animation mixers. Okay. Specialized class are physics bodies that are meant to be user controlled. They are not affected by physics at all, but they affect other physics bodies in their path. They are mainly used to provide high-level API to move objects with wall and slope detection. Okay, so I think I want a static body 2D. Floors and walls, as well as moving surfaces like conveyor belts and circular revolving platforms. Maybe I don't want static body 2D. All right, let's see. It loads visual assets from a sprite. Is interactable when a character is dropped in front of it or when a character is told to interact with it. Okay, yeah. To browse the documentation online, you can download an HTML copy, updated every Monday. Okay, let's go stable. 355 megabytes might be a bit much, but we'll see. Maybe I want to go to Google Labs. Oh. Whoops. Cancel. The object is an item that can be bought I didn't get a doctoral degree, unfortunately. And also, my name isn't Squibby. I hate to admit. I know you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But I do have fishing in my chat. So if you go like this, then you can fish. That's pretty cool. That's not bad. It'll do yours. It just does one at a time. It'll do yours. Every 10 seconds if you want. Triggerfish? Okay. What did you get? You get a mahi mahi? Okay. Not bad. For first catch, that's pretty good. Also, I do like your name. Are you actually Batman from comic books? Referred to as the dolphin fish. Okay, okay. Okay, well. Alright. I respect it. Okay, this is actually kind of sick. So I'm not vibe coding, and I know AI is kind of controversial, but I am using Google Gemini here, and I'll show you. So I'm trying to figure out, I'm straight up learning how game development works on the fly here. So I'm trying to figure out, like, I described what I want my object to do, and I enabled something called guided learning. And so it was like, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's tackle it. And then it asked me what I think I should do first. And I gave it an idea. I was wrong, in the right ballpark, but I was wrong. So then it's like, okay, that's not quite right, but you're almost there. And then it gave me a couple suggestions to use. So it's going to go through step by step, which is kind of cool. And we'll see. We'll see if it helps out, or if it's not the right way to do things. So static body 2D is what I should have made my workstation out of. And I did not. I want this to be static body 2D. Oh, did I? No, I did not. It sounds like a very inefficient way to learn. That's fair. I mean, if you have better suggestions. Tutorials and things like that are a pretty good way, and I've gone through a few. It's like playing a scratch-off ticket before every question, which doesn't actually do anything. Sure, but this is like, it's like going through step by step. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, nobody's, unless you have like a personal tutor, nobody's willing to go through step by step, you know? So it's like, I'm not just using this either. I'm pairing it with, like, you know, supplementary tutorials and doing things like that, figuring out the scripting language and all that. The game will detect when they're overlapping. Okay. So area 2D was right for workstation then, because I want to be able to detect when objects are overlapping for an area. Yeah, because like, it's such a niche thing. You have to know how the engine works in order to, like, go out and to have an answer to it, right? Because it's good at interpreting my, like, description of it, or of what I want to try and do, and then be like, okay, yeah, this is a way that you can achieve that. Let's see. Specifically, this is for items that the character would bump into, but would trigger. Basically become some advanced form of GD quest. True, yeah. Yeah, and I went through GD quest okay, and I feel like I didn't grasp all the ideas all that well. And I'd have to, I mean, I feel like I could buy like the whole course and figure that out. But if I have this already, right? Yeah, exactly. And it's like $200, and I don't know. I feel like money could be spent elsewhere. Yeah. You know it. And some people do it, and so, you know. I mean, there are enough people out there that are willing to buy stuff like that. So that's where, like, we're just not the target audience for it, you know? Because they feel like, I want all the material. Yeah, they're like, I want all the material, and I think, you know, no matter the cost, I'm gonna become the greatest expert ever about this topic. And 99% of the time, it like kind of helps in some areas, kind of doesn't, you know. Oh yeah, you can go into like crazy existential crisis mode for just about any topic, especially these days. Yeah, I think there's, for profit, I agree. I think there are benefits to it because you know, you need to pay professors, but obviously that should be to an extent, and maybe not necessarily done by people who are, you know, trying to earn an education. It shouldn't cost a ridiculous amount of money to make a ridiculous amount of money. Yeah. Shoot. Oh, here it is. I was looking for a cable. My desk is a little cluttered right now because my keyboard is about to die. I agree. I don't know. Every now and then I'll like use it from other places, you know, like other areas. So every now and then I'll unplug it and want it to be wireless. And I don't need to. It lasts long enough that I don't need to charge it all the time. Here we go. The character should bump into them and stop. So should the but I want that inherited from Your goal is for the character to physically hit the object and stop, like walking into a wall or a solid table. Instead of body 2D is exactly what you need. Need for tutorial videos for Godot. I don't know how many are needed. I think for like specifics, there's actually somebody who's trying to make a tutorial on how to make a game, like a colony sim game, kind of like RimWorld. I think that'd be kind of cool. But it seems like he started and then stopped after like 2 years. And he only got through like 7 videos, so. And those videos were pretty popular. If you look up like Godot tutorials. The one thing about Godot is it's becoming more and more popular. But if you want to learn, I would say C# is probably the more beneficial programming language to learn of the two. Yeah, game development and programming knowledge. Yeah, I think so. I think that'd be beneficial. So what I'm seeing is this should have been made as a static body 2D instead of an area 2D, because it's like a table essentially. So I'm gonna, before I deal with creating this, which is going to live on top of the table, I think I'm gonna rework this and make it as a static body 2D, but I'll keep this for right now, and then I'll just create another using a static body and call it workstation. And save scene as workstation 2. Save. Okay. And then I'll just add a 2 to it essentially. Sprite and collision shape. I think I can paste those into it. And then if I go into my 2D scene, I've got my funky looking table, which I'm definitely not gonna, this is not a finalized thing. But here we go. Collision layer. So collision layer is gonna live on 1 and 1. So I would want my studio item, which is gonna be the physics body, to live on 2, right? So this is not what I want there. I'm gonna go here, other node, physics body. Wait, what? Static body. Static body 2D. Or yes. Yeah, they can both be static body 2D. So that way, if somebody wanted to just put a laptop on a ground without getting a table, they could, and they'd still bump into it, and it wouldn't be like movable or anything like that. But if I want to add a script, I'm going to drag this studio item script into that. Add child node, collision, shape 2D. And let's go, oh, and sprite 2D. Except it carries multiple textures as animation frames. I think I want it to be an animated sprite 2D. So I'm going to do that. And we're going to bring our little laptop in. And I want to run an animation that's like powered on. And I'll run it once and not have it loop. And then we'll have a powered off animation. And it's literally just changing two different properties. But animated sprite 2D, sprite frames, I'll go sprite frames, and then I'll go here. Assets, sprites, test assets. There we go. So this will be that. We'll call it power on. And then I'm gonna duplicate this and call it power off. And for power off, I'm gonna just change the order that these are in, because it'll be on. And I think that makes sense. That makes sense. So if I run power on and I take that off, it'll just boop. And then power off is going to do the same thing. Boop. Okay. That's cool. And eventually I'm going to add sounds to each of these, but for right now, I'm not going to worry about that just yet. I just want to get stuff working. By the way, this collision box doesn't really matter too much, because this is only going to be, he's only going to be like shrunken down like this when he's actively working, and he's going to be actively when he's actively working. I want to be able to pick him up and like move him around, and when he's not actively working, he's this tall. So. Where does this guy work? He works for a production studio. So he'll make it's super niche. He makes track and field webcasts and like telecasts eventually. But that's the whole game, is like you run a video production studio, which is kind of fun. So floor. This market will finally be fulfilled. You know it. You know it. I'm sure it's a huge market. Oh, the halftime show is happening right now. That's fun. Or I guess it did. I guess it already did. That's right, the Super Bowl is happening today. I'm just kidding, I knew that. Alright. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna check this this script out and just make sure I want this to extend. Obviously not this. Signed item, studio item. Okay, and this is going to be, actually all of this should work with workstation 2 if I made a workstation2.gd. It's right here, yeah. Yeah, all this should work with it. So I can just go into my 2D layer. Actually, I didn't have to do that. I want to go back here actually and drag that to here. And then instead of area 2D, I want this to be static body 2D. I'll take it. A little fish and chips, you know? My cat's going crazy. My cat is really going crazy right now. Here, one sec. All right, excuse me. Ugh. I've got a cramped space that I stream in. But that's okay. Okay, so if I close this and then I bring in workstation 2 here instead. They should live in scenes. Okay. I want to just drag it over main game, right? And then 2D. This can be here for now. Oh, one sec. One more time. So let's see, as of right now, when I get into the game, he starts working right away. And I don't want that to be the case. So I'm gonna go back here. Okay, one thing at a time. I have ADHD, so this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. I think I can do it. think that's fine. Maybe I can do like this. Yeah, that'll be fine. Have this live on top so we can see it. Okay. Yep, that should be good. We've got static body 2D, collision shape 2D, animated sprite 2D. And now these collision input pickable, I want to set it to on so you can move it around with the mouse. That's it. Employee has a little bit more to go. We place the laptop in the center of the workstation. The workstation is already solid. Yeah, okay. This cost should be 100, but I'm already going to give the player one of these when the game first starts. Save that. Okay, so let's go here, save this. Let's try this actually. Okay. I want pathfinding from to my employee to be able to get from Okay, so in Studio One, Select the floor node tile map layer. In the inspector, find the tile set property. Okay. Expand the navigation layers, select selection inside the tile set resource. Oh, okay. Add element, create layer 0. Layer 0. Now we need to paint the navigation data onto the specific floor tiles on your sprite sheet. Open the tile set panel at the very bottom of the screen. Switch to the select mode. Okay, navigation layer 0. Draw a polygon on the floor tiles that your employees should be able to walk on. Think of the navigation layer you just painted on as the yes zone. All right, let's see. Floor tile has blue navigation polygon painted on it. Engine says walkable. Oh, I just need to select. Okay. So all of these are going to be walkable tiles. The laptop isn't walkable, and the desk isn't walkable. Nice. Okay, floor tiles are walkable, desk is not. We'll fish again here. Fish cracker. Hey, they're not bad. I'll take it. Why not, you know? Why the heck not? Okay, since you handled the static yes/no zones on the map, we can now teach the employee how to navigate the map. To make the pathfinding dynamic, so they avoid new items you place. We need two things: a navigator on the employee and an obstacle on the item. Give the employee a brain. Navigate agent 2D. Oh, navigation agent 2D. Okay. All right. Target desired distance 10 pixels. Expand avoidance and check enable. This is crucial for not walking through your dynamic items. Okay. Avoidance is on. Let's see. these are the guys. Avoidance layers will be on, yep, avoidance mask will be there. We need to tell a player to switch from physical drag mode to pathfinding mode. Okay, let's go to the script. Call that navigation agent. And I think if I just go like, hold on. I just go like this. Variable movement speed, float 100. Okay. Move to location is working equals false. Stop working while walking. Target position, vector 2. Whoops. There we go. All right. Okay, so I need to put this below my process function. So this should be here. And I'll do physics. If none of agent is navigation finished. Ooh, JSN being evaluated for a concussion. Okay. Calculate the next step. Variable current agent position equals global position. Okay. Oops. If is dragged. Move and slide. Ooh. Patriots might be cooked. Crazy. We'll do walk for the walk animation. So it'll be going like this and then like that. So like as he's going forward and then flip around. Depending on the direction. That's fun. Okay, open your item scene, the one with the laptop and static body 2D, add a child node, navigation obstacle 2D. So really quick in here, I just want to think about what I just added here. Oh, that should be an equals, right? Yeah. What was this? Velocity. Velocity. Okay, make the item scary. I want to tell the employee to walk in front of the scary item in order to interact with it. How would I do this? Okay, where's my ruler? Ruler mode. There we go. So it's 16 pixels by 18 pixels. Okay. Or hold on. 20. We'll go 20 by 18. 20 by 18. Okay. Inspector for the obstacle radius. 20 by 18, so we'll go 20. Oh, 10. Oh, 15. 13? 13.5. 13.5, okay. Leave this off for now. Dynamic rebaking is heavy. So, effect navigation mesh. Okay, let's see. Is this gonna be... Will this be way too big? Okay. So let's see if we can get this all working. And now if I get a main and I try and have a move around it. See, I think that's too big. For the... Right. Okay, vertices. So if I click on this, I think I can do that. Okay, save. Studio item, I want to use vertices here too. I feel like that is just smarter to use these. Because now I can go in here and tell it, look man, I don't want you touching this thing. And I can go pixel by pixel for it. I'll make it identical to an extent. To that. My collision shape, I'm now going to drag it out. To be in front of the object as well. So I'll go another laptop's worth in front. And now if they collide with the front of it, then they'll start working. Okay, let's just go in between here. And here. Just because that's the way it is on the other side. Yep. Now I can match that. And I will save that. And then in the input function, I need mouse button X button 2. Should be mouse button right. Mouse button right. And event.press. Whoops. Get global mouse position. Ooh, Drake May. Okay, let's see. And now under employee, I need to go to animated sprite 2D and then add a walk animation. New animation. Walk. Isn't that right? Move to location, update animation. Update walk animation. Walk. Yep. Okay, let's go to main. Aha. There it is. Button Inder. Should be key button index. Right? Yeah, index. Okay, let's try that again. I can drag him there. The parameter delta is never used in the function physics process. Physics process. Um, if your original employee.gd, look at your input event. Okay. Underscore input. Oh. If not, is drag return. If you are currently being dragged, stop reading this function immediately. Rearrange the input function so it checks for the right click. Before it checks the drag logic. Try updating your input event function to look like this. Yeah, Patriots might be cooked. Drake made an interception. See how much cleaner that is. Okay, let's try this now. No change. Still not working. Usually defaults to the full class name. If your employee is seen as a node named nav agent or navigation agent 2D is nav agent. Make sure the name in the script matches the name in the tree exactly. Right. So this is correct logic, but if the avoidance enabled is turned on, which we want, the code enters the top block and stops. It waits for the navigation agent to calculate a saved path and send a signal back to tell the body to move. If the signal isn't connected, the navigation agent calculates the velocity, shouts it into the void, and your employee never moves. Click on your navigation agent 2D. So I have to connect this signal. Velocity computed, save velocity, vector 2. Connect your existing That's why. Okay. And let's just change the name of this. So I will key in X. Command V. And then let's go back to the bottom. And now try this. This should do it. Why is it not running the animation, I wonder? Modify your update animation function in the employee GD to look like this. Function update animation. Let's check this. Check if we are moving first. Sleep, work, idle. Let's keep the helper function for flipping. Actually, let's see. Yeah, let's see. Oh, I guess I do want the collision to be down here as lower half. Let's adjust that. Let's do that. I wonder. I can't do that. Let's make this a little bit bigger too. Let's try 20 actually and see if that works. Sounds like we have a battle of the invisible shapes going on. Oh. Okay, so yeah. Just what I thought. So let's increase the size. Okay, let's try this now. Why is it hitting like an invisible wall there? That's kind of bizarre. What do I have pulled into main? Yeah, it's workstation 2. Collision shapes, right 2D. Maybe it's because of that. Okay, let's try using a radius on this instead. Go there. I'm sure if I use a radius, that'll... Planner navigation agent looks at the floor map, sees the tile under the table is walkable blue, and draws a straight line through the table. Go this way. Update the map, not just the reflex. We need the employee to know the table is there before they start walking, so they plan curved path around it. Item laptop scene, select the navigation obstacle 2D. Affect navigation mesh. Yeah, that did it. Why is he still getting stuck? What? Navigation obstacle 2D. Maybe I need to update the avoidance layers? Static navigation mesh. Navigation region 2D. Okay. Okay, I'm on a navigation region 2D. A navigation. Verify navigation polygon is empty. Bake navigation polygon. What happened to the music? Since we can't rely on the painted tiles anymore, we need to draw a big rectangle to represent the room's walkable floor. Since your navigation region 2D, select your navigation region 2D. In the inspector, make sure you have a navigation polygon in the navigation polygon slot. Look at the toolbar at the very top of 2D view. Click the pencil or plus icon, add point. Okay. Are fireworks really necessary when we're this far away from Seattle? That just seems like kind of overkill. But that's up to them. Okay. Okay, that fills it with walkable space. Yes, it does. Alright, what do you do when you see it? Nothing. Woo. Okay. So does this mean I need my workstation to live within Studio One here? And now what happens? No.
Welcome to this video where we're going to explore 2D navigation.
Let's check this pathfinding thing out. I'm going to pause this. And I'll get you guys a view here as well.
Welcome to this video where we're going to explore 2D navigation in Godot, showing you how to get a ship navigating automatically around obstacles. We'll start with a basic setup and then we'll work our way up to a full system with pathfinding and collision avoidance. So let's take a look. If you want to follow along with me, there's a starter project on Git. There's the link in the description. I'm going to get myself a zip of that, download it, extract it, drag and drop it into the Godot project manager and start the project. Looking at the project itself, we have some assets, which are some visuals, a tile map resource, then we have some scenes. We have an iceberg scene, which at the moment is just a simple sprite and points. Later it will become an obstacle. We have a ship scene, which we're going to use to navigate around the map. Then we have a waypoint scene, which is a very simple marker and sprite. And finally, we have the actual map, which is a tile map upon which we're going to navigate. The assets used here are the famous Kenny assets. You can find those in the link in the description where you can go and download them and use them for free. Or if you'd like to, like I did, you can buy the bundle and donate. Things should be configured that you can just press play to run the project. And when you do, you should see our map in the window with our ship sitting somewhere on the top left-hand side. What we're going to do in this video is we're going to get this ship navigating automatically around this map. Navigation in Godot involves just two nodes, a navigation region 2D, which we use to define the movement area, and then a navigation agent 2D, which we can attach to any object that we want to be able to navigate around that movable area. If we want to navigate, say, on our map, what we do is add a navigation region 2D to the scene, and then we can draw our navigable area. Then we add our ship onto the region, attach a navigation agent 2D to the ship, and we're ready to start navigating. So let's start by creating our navigation region. In the map scene, I'll select the navigation regions node here, and then instantiate a new navigation region 2D. When we do that, a new toolbar appears with three buttons for drawing a polygon, a bake navigation polygon, and a clear navigation polygon. Let's draw ourselves a polygon by clicking on the right-hand side in the M. Going back onto our map, I'm just going to extend the region a little bit. So our region is now covering the island. If we run the game, you'll notice when we navigate though, we have a tiny bit of a problem. We're able to navigate over the island. And we don't want to do that. We want to be able to navigate around it. Now there are a couple of ways of doing this. The first and most common way that I'd like to show you is using a polygon 2D. So I'm going to add a polygon 2D as a child to the navigation region. Then it's simply a case of drawing a polygon around the particular region that you'd like to cut out. Then hit bake and you'll see that the polygon is cut out of the navigation area, also with the agent radius taken into account. So if you now run the application, we're navigating around the island. The polygon is, however, white. That might not be desirable. You can simply set the color to fully transparent and then you won't see the polygon on the screen. Being able to cut regions out with the polygons adds a lot of flexibility. And talking of flexibility, you're not restricted to just one navigation region. We can use multiple regions. So let's delete the original map that we have inside here, add a new one in, and I'm going to make a map here with a deliberate gap at the top of the island. With that done, I'm going to add a second navigation region 2D and put a piece in the gap, deliberately leaving some space either side. This second navigation region is also something upon which we can navigate. However, if you run the app, now I'd like to turn our attention to navigation obstacles. These have two main functions. They either provide a blocker that the navigation agents have to find their way around, or statically they can carve themselves out of the navigation region. Now we can already do this carving with the Polygon 2D, and the Polygon 2D offers better performance because it's a simpler object, so usually that's used when it comes to carving. Nevertheless, I do want to demonstrate this to you. So with the navigation region selected, I'm going to add a navigation obstacle 2D as a child to this, and then use the mouse to draw a small polygon. With the polygon drawn, if we run the application, you'll see that we can still navigate through it. There's no actual blocking or avoidance or anything going on. To get it to work, we have to carve it out of the navigation region. You can do this by selecting the node, then on the right hand side in the navigation mesh section, checking the effect navigation. When you then bake, you'll see the area cut out of the navigation region just as it was for the polygon, taking into account the agent radius. Selecting carve navigation as well also cuts a region, but this ignores the agent radius. Usually though, you would use a Polygon 2D for this. Where navigation obstacle 2Ds really come into their own is actually in avoidance, and that's what we're going to do with our icebergs. So let's delete this node. We can already do this carving with the Polygon 2D, and the Polygon 2D offers better performance because it's a simpler object, so usually that's used when it comes to carving. Nevertheless, I do want to demonstrate this to you. So with the navigation region selected, I'm going to add a navigation obstacle 2D as a child to this, and then use the mouse to draw a small polygon. With the polygon drawn, if we run the application, you'll see that we can still navigate through it. There's no actual blocking or avoidance or anything going on. To get it to work, we have to carve it out of the navigation region. You can do this by selecting the node, then on the right hand side in the navigation mesh section, checking the effect navigation. When you then bake, you'll see the area cut out of the navigation region just as it was for the polygon, taking into account the agent radius. Selecting carve navigation as well also cuts a region, but this ignores the agent radius. Usually though, you would use a Polygon 2D for this. Where navigation obstacle 2Ds really come into their own is actually in avoidance, and that's what we're going to do with our icebergs. So let's delete this node. Let's open up the iceberg scene and add a navigation obstacle 2D as a child. Let's rescale the sprite. It looks a bit too big, so I'll set that to 1.2. That's a bit better. Then select the navigation obstacle. Let's adjust the radius to around 50 pixels. When doing that, you can see this orange circle. This orange circle is what the navigation agents are going to try to avoid when they're navigating around the map. And the great thing about this node is you can actually move it around your map. The agents are then aware of where it is and they will adjust their paths dynamically accordingly. To show this, let's go back to the map and actually instantiate an iceberg as a child of the obstacles node. Then if we run the application and try and navigate through the iceberg, you see that we seem to navigate through the iceberg. There doesn't seem to be any avoidance going on at all. The reason for that is by default, navigation agents don't have avoidance set to on. The reason for this is because it's computationally more expensive than with it off. So let's go back into the ship scene. With the navigation agent 2D node selected, we can open up the avoidance section and set avoidance enabled to on. Now the avoidance works a little bit like move and slide with the physics. We set a desired velocity, so on the navigation agent we set a velocity, and then it takes into account the obstacles that it needs to avoid and adjusts the velocity accordingly. To get this velocity, we need to connect ourselves up to the velocity computed signal. This will be emitted once the navigation agent has calculated its safe velocity. In other words, a velocity that's not going to hit the obstacle it's trying to avoid. With that connected, I'll make myself a little bit of space. And inside there, we're going to update our position using the safe velocity, that's taking into account avoidance, multiplied by the most recent physics delta to normalize for time. At the same time, we'll also rotate our sprite. And now we're setting our position there, we need to change the way we're navigating. So you can keep the original function. Let's make a new function called navigate safe, which takes a large chunk of navigate. We're just making a small adjustment. Once we've got the new velocity we want, we set the nav2d velocity equal to that new velocity. That will set off the calculation process, and then once that's done, the signal will be emitted, and in there we can use the safe velocity to set our position. What we shouldn't forget though is to actually invoke this in the physics process instead of the navigate. With that done, we can go back over to the map, and if we run the application, you can see the ship is now actively avoiding the iceberg. It is, however, very close, and we can customize that. If we go back into the ship scene and change, say, the avoidance radius to 50 pixels, you'll see now if we run the application, it takes a much wider berth. The iceberg though is static, so let's jump into the iceberg scene. And if you open up the script view, we've got most of the code already inside here. The iceberg has a couple of children, which are points. We immediately inside the ready get the global position once the navigation agent has calculated its safe velocity. In other words, a velocity no avoidance because we've turned it off, but everything else should be working okay. Now let's get the safe navigation working. To do that, we can comment out the navigate delta and uncomment the navigate safe. Script for the character body ship. I'm just going to move these constants actually to the top of the file. I think they're better off there. And then we can add in a couple of exports for a minimum and a maximum speed. Then inside the setup, we can set ourselves with a random speed as soon as the scene is instantiated. Next, what we'll do is we'll add in a couple of variables. One will be an array or a list of our waypoints. The other one will be the index of the current waypoint that we have selected. With this done, we can drop down into setup, and inside setup, what we'll do is we'll grab all of the waypoints that are inside the tree and add them to our list. Then there's a little bit of protection. We can just say that if there are less than 2 waypoints, we'll queue 3 because we need at least 2. If that's okay, we can invoke setNextWaypoint. That doesn't exist yet, so we'll define it below here. This is a very simple function that simply picks a new index at random that isn't the same as the current index that we have, and then sets the navigation agent target to this waypoint. Then inside navigate safe, instead of returning if navigation's finished, we can invoke our setNextWaypoint.
schemes unfold. Our hero rises brave and bold. With sign and sand, his intellect so true. Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the hero nerds all need to meet, with glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing. No evil plot will keep him blazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby! Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's a name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain, not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the
From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw! Dr. Squibby?
When danger calls and evil schemes unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With sign and sand, his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the hero nerds all need to meet, with glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing. No evil plot will keep him blazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby!
Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's a name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw! Dr. Squibby?
When danger calls and evil schemes unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With sign and sand, his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby, cabin street.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby.
The hero nerds all need to meet with glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing. No evil plot will keep him lazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby!
Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's the name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw! Dr. Squibby?
unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With sign and sand, his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the hero nerds all need to meet, with glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing. No evil plot will keep him lazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby! Dr. Squibby, Western theme, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's a name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do.
Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw, Dr. Squibby.
When danger calls and evil schemes unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With science and his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the hero nerds all need to meet. With glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing, no evil plot will keep him blazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby!
Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's the name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw, Dr. Squibby.
When danger calls and evil schemes unfold, a hero rises brave and bold. With science and his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the hero nerds all need to meet with glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing. No evil plot will keep him blazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby!
Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's a name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain, not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain, not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD.
Yeehaw, Dr. Squibby.
dreams unfold, our hero rises brave and bold. With sign and sand, his intellect so true, Dr. Squibby's coming through. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. From classroom halls to city streets above, he battles foes with nerdy love. His calculator can stop a speeding train. His pocket protector shields from pain. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the nerdiest hero you'll ever see.
Dr. Squibby, Squibby,
Fighting crime with his PhD, with lab coat flowing, gadgets flying, no villain can escape his trying. Dr. Squibby saves the day. When all seems lost and hope grows thin, just call his name and he'll rush in. A PhD in heroics, that's his way. The geekiest guy who saves the day. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
guardian of both lab and street. Dr. Squibby,
Squibby,
the hero nerds all need to meet. With glasses gleaming, brainwaves blazing, no evil plot will keep him blazing. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Dr. Squibby saves the day. Squibby!
Dr. Squibby, Western thing, got his briefcase and his PhD. He ain't got spurs, but he's got something to say. Dr. Squibby's the name and justice runs free. Well, he rode in from the east with a calculator on his hip and a pocket full of pencils sharp and true. When the outlaws see him coming, they just pack up and skip, 'cause there ain't no escaping what science can do. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a PhD. From the sullen to the schoolhouse, when trouble's brewing hot, he'll calculate the odds and make his stand. With his glasses gleaming in the desert sun so hot, he's the smartest, toughest lawman in the land. Dr. Squibby, sheriff of science, keeps the peace with brain not gun. Dr. Squibby, nerdy defiance, when the thinking's said and done. He'll ride that dusty trail of justice with his lab coat flowing free. Dr. Squibby's in the saddle and he's got a